Hello, where were we? Okay, we are continuing on with what we were working on yesterday. This is an Aleratec auto publisher LS CD changing robot. It has an arm that goes and picks up a disc and then goes and puts it in there, and then the tray closes and it reads the CD and it's all happy. So we're writing our own software to control this thing and trying to reverse engineer how it works. So we have a bunch of objectives with how to actually accomplish this that we are still working through and still figuring out just so many things, because it turns out the command interface for this thing is very complicated, but also kind of awesome. It's surprisingly good and well featured, it turns out. So we're trying to work through exactly how it functions to make the best use of it. So right now, I have been doing some of what I said I would do and trying to wrap some of the functions that we know with, or some of the commands we know with functions, and trying to understand some things. And I got kind of hung up on one. So, PJB, yes, I did. We kind of found some stuff like that earlier, but you did a good job finding that as well. But yeah, for right now, I'm trying to go through the, plan to add BD. The only way I know how to rip Blu-ray is make MKV, and that requires a GUI, so no. I'm not aware of a good way of doing it without that. Let's see, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, Can it flip the disk for LightScribe? So, funny thing, no, because it is LightScribe, and they tout that heavily, but it can't. I'm really surprised it doesn't have like this little spike down here is technically a bay. I'm surprised it's not like a disk flipper kind of thing. It would be kind of funny. If you can post that in Discord and ping me about it, Lena, that might actually, I don't know what that is. Look at that. How to rip Blu-ray on Linux, blah, 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 blah. What is that output? I'll do 2 files, libase, weird. Okay, well, I'll look into some stuff. I'm not really thrilled about Blu-ray ripping only outputting video. Like, I currently have zero, well, I shouldn't say I have zero plans to support decoding DVD ISOs to video, but you can see where this starts to like fractally fragment. This isn't really meant for media, except for audio CDs, because I rip a lot of audio CDs. I don't know. I'm not saying no, but I'm calling it low priority. I value floppy disks a lot more than Blu-rays because I live in the weirdest timeline. Anyway, what was I saying? Something about thingamajigs. Oh yeah, so I was looking through all of the things here. So the commands that it outputs for the initial robot test. So I started, I'll look at this very first command, and then boom, it was like instantly much more complicated than I thought it would be. So this, we see that the robot arm goes over and it drops down and it nudges the tray, and I was just like, I guess it's checking if the tray is open or something. No, turns out it's actually testing if there is a disk in the drive, and if there is a disk in the drive, then it moves it to this hopper. But this becomes instantly more complicated because the default hopper they want you to put this in is 5, which is the spike. You know what's above the spike and in the way of the arm? The tray.
100% the arm moves. End of line.
%C. Wasn't me. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. It wasn't my fault. I had to think about that for a second. A few self-created data BDs that cannot be copied with disk rip. Yes. Because it just doesn't support Blu-ray at all. I have no idea what the files... I don't know how to do that. Like, I don't have any. Maybe I should burn a Blu-ray for the first time in my life and figure it out. Is it just me or is that green so bad? Oh, well, yeah, obviously, it's super terrible, yeah. No, don't worry. I can barely read it. You behind the Chroma sub-channel.
The arm moves this time by your command.
I fixed the rate. I forgot to add the rate 140 last time. It's in there now. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits again. It was speaking too fast. It didn't sound Cylon enough before. All right, here. I'll make you a deal. There. Get rid of that. I'm having a problem where it says, hey, oh, wait. No, it almost sort of worked there. Why? List index is out of range, drive, but I totally added a range of things. What? Oh, I know exactly what the problem is. I have to -1. Okay, hold on. -1. There we go. Python can't fix off by 1 errors automatically. What's even the point? Okay. Speaking of camera, so I've been trying to think about this, all right? What is the best way to take photos with this thing? I literally have a webcam sitting right here because I was thinking we might have had enough time to get to this weekend. Turns out that's going to be a really complicated problem to solve. So I was trying to think of a couple of different options. Like, what if I thunk? That's actually kind of the exact problem I was about to talk about. Stop thunking. Raise. Yeah. Okay. So what if I put the camera on the arm. Just pretend that it weighs nothing, okay? I was thinking, oh, we can have the camera go over the bin like this, and then it can take a picture of the disc before it picks it up, then go and pick it up, and you can put it in the tray, all's good and happy. Because I can't put it on the arm and have it point over, because then this would be in the way. But the problem is if the discs are really far down in there, and it's on the arm, well, now it doesn't work. So I could make a little, like, diving board that sticks off and then have it there and do that. But and that might end up being the answer, I'm not sure. The other option is to put it over here, but the problem is that the arm wants to home right there all the time, right in the way. So I would have to have some kind of command where I move it out of the way, take the picture, and then move it back or something, but then the webcam has to be really high up and zoomed in, which is going to reduce the video quality. So I don't know. Currently, I'm leaning towards offsetting it by one tray position, so have it go point down here. Then if I want to take a picture of tray 1, I put it over bin 5. If I want to take a picture of bin 2, I put it over bin 1, and then have it work that way, because I think that would work. But I don't know if there is a just hover over bin command yet. We have to look at some things. There might be. So yeah, still working on that. On top of the rotating arm would be cool. It might be the only practical way. So unless I do something ridiculous, you want it for taking a picture of rip media? Yes, that's what I want. I want it to automatically capture a photo of the disc that it's about to rip. And I think in the trays may not be the best option. I'm not sure. If I can get it to park over a tray, it might work. But we'll see. Having it take the photo in the tray would be nice, because it would confirm exactly what was in the tray, not just, you know, in case there's some kind of other error. So we might go that route. Anyway, I think this is about to work. Booyah, there we go. Okay. Now in theory, it's going to calibrate, then it's going to home. Perfect. It should eject tray 2. Beautiful. Check that tray 2 does not have a disc, which it gets a little too up and personal. Oh, no, that's bad. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Yeah, that didn't work. Why over there? Bad. Okay, you gonna ram the discs? Nope, you're actually gonna pick one up. Okay. Okay. Doesn't ARM support continuous commands after ripping? I'm not sure what you mean. The way you capitalize it makes me think you mean the processor, but I don't know. Okay, so here's what's going on. Let's look at the code. Okay, so this is what we just ran. The command is C10, way up here. So C10 is what I'm going to call, let me grab the wiki here. I'm calling this clear drive, okay? I didn't call it that here because I'm an idiot. I'll clear drive. Okay, I'm calling this clear drive in that it needs to ensure that the drive is clear. So, where's the function? There it is. Okay. This runs the command clear drive, which is C10, with the drive that we want to bump the arm up against, and then a hopper is specified as well. What it does is it goes in there and it presses the disc detect bumper sensor up to this. And if it finds a disc, then it tries to put that disc into this hopper. Now, there's a problem. What did this output? It said, drive not empty, removing disk because it found S8. What? With disk. Oh, it should be S4. I have these backwards. Okay, S4 has disk. Yes, S8 does not have disk. Okay, I had those backwards. All right. So let's run this again. We left the disk in there. It's supposed to, let's go through the code here. The first thing it's going to do is it will actually close all trays. Then it's going to open tray 2, that's this one. It's going to check if there is a disk in there. If there is a disk, it's supposed to put it in this tray. okay? Or in this bin over here, which it won't do a great job of. If I put this disk in there, it might do a better job because that makes the air currents happier. Yeah, you can see it was not doing a tremendous job. It seems just having one disc in there makes it so much smoother. So I might leave like those clear discs that you get on the top of the spindle and the bottom of those. And I might put felt on them too, I don't know. Okay, so should open tray 2, check if there is a disc in tray 2. If not, put it into hopper 2. Then it will do some rehome shenanigan nonsense there. Then it will load a disc from hopper 3 into drive 2. Hopper 3 is the rear one. You know what? We're going to make it hopper 1. Okay, so let's run this. All right. Open tray 2. Check if it's empty, which it isn't. So it'll remove this disk and put it in hopper 2, which isn't calibrated correctly, so that's part of the problem. Then it's going to do this. Ah! Why? What? Drive not empty. Oh. Give me that. Okay. I know what went wrong there. If hopper equal 5, close tray. Okay, so it shouldn't, we'll redo this test. I'm going to put a disk in there. All right, it should not close the tray if it's not sending it to hopper 5. But if it does send it to hopper 5, it needs to close the tray because hopper 5 is right there. Put blue tape on the hopper spike with big number so everyone knows what to look for. For this, you want me to just label this hopper 5? I kind of am okay putting, ow, take that camera. I'm kind of okay putting blue tape on there just so that it doesn't land on the dust. Okay, that's right, there's an over here. Okay, I got some tape. I'm gonna put a big old 5 on it. And by big, I mean thin, because I grabbed the narrow marker. And then, whoop, here we go. Okay. So I'm gonna just set this aside for a second. And then let's wipe this off, actually. That way I'm not putting tape over dust. I'm gonna definitely put, I have some really nice felt at home that I can use for this. It's actually like crushed velvet to make a pad down here so they don't just land on the galvanized steel with the splatter paint. It is 1, 2, 3, and 5. Yes, there is no 4. This saw Star Trek and said, nah, you're right, there are 5 lights. All right, so 5. There we go. Look, it's so legible. Okay. Okay, so going back through the code, automatic ripping machine. Sorry, a bit behind, that's no problem. Okay, let me get the context. Doesn't automatic ripping machine support commands after ripping? So, 2 things. 1, I didn't know automatic ripping machine existed. 2, I'm creating essentially my own version of automatic ripping machine that I'm just going to say this and mean it sincerely, but I don't mean it in a boisterous way. Mine is better because it suits my needs better. So I'm creating everything from scratch. So this program, when in totality is complete, runs with a web interface. It allows me to control and track drives and start queuing up things that can be ripped. I know Automatic Ripping Machine can do that too. I implemented, well, I didn't implement it before they had it, but I had the idea to do it before that I knew that it even existed. Anyway, it's very, very similar. It's just mine is tailored to different things. It supports stuff like a grease weasel directly. It's just a different take on the same concept. Okay, do you have a backlog of disk you need to capture? So if you go to wiki.techtangents.net and you just open a random page, okay, let's do this. I haven't backed that up. Let's see, let's look at this. I haven't backed that up. Let's look at this. Well, that one's not a software. Okay, I haven't backed that up. My entire game collection has not been backed up. So, yeah. CD, drive, hopper 5 or something, that 5 there can be descriptive. I don't know. That one's difficult. Now, if there's a tray loading floppy drive, I bet the robot can handle that. That would be sweet. It would need one of those, like, suction cup pick-and-place arms. Good luck backing up Secure ROM. Oh, the bigger problem is, what is it? Oh my gosh, not Secure ROM. Dude, I was literally thinking of this last night. Oh my gosh. The one that Microsoft used that is on Flight Sim 2000. It's also on, what you call it, Sim Theme Park. I don't remember what it is. Safe Disk, that's it. Safe Disk is so much worse. I'm actually wondering if I can have a timeout in the thing. Like, in sub process, can I have like run for 1 hour, and then if it runs over an hour, like yoink that sucker out of there? Like, I don't understand. Is that an option? Just like kill it if it runs over an hour? I don't know. I'm also wondering maybe if, like, let's say we have this thing, okay, there's 3 drives. I think technically if you just push through a safe disk, it does actually work. It doesn't return garbage data, if I remember right. So if you persevere, you can actually rip it. And I'm wondering if maybe instead of ending the task, it should just switch to not ripping in order. If it finds that one drive is taking like an hour to rip or something. So maybe it will just do that instead, and then let like the one drive that got stuck on a safe disk just continue and then abandon it. Or maybe that one, maybe it doesn't switch all of it, maybe it just pulls that one out of the queue. I don't know. Internet is slow, so let's fill up the disk with encrypted copy protection of Microsoft. Bob, we've thrown away the keys too yet. So yeah, I don't know how I want to handle that yet. That will be an advanced configuration thing. Safe disk will images won't be able to play the game without the original disk. Yeah. But if you alternatively acquire a different executable, then it'll work. Clone CD had some way to copy them correctly. I'm pretty sure it copies correctly. It just takes forever. Skip the 1 hour only if the image files does not get any bigger during that hour. That seems reasonable. Yeah. Check the size. Make sure it changes like a 10% within an hour. And if not, then kick it. That would make sense. That I could be applying universally as well with how I write the code. Destroy the executable fell off the box of the truck? Yeah. I had to get an executable off the box of a truck for a Steam game because I was playing it, and it was a single-player game, and there was a, you know, maybe something happened with my home network that is, like, you know, slightly unreliable, just a little bit, and it kicked me out of single-player in that game because it couldn't connect to the Steam servers. Single-player. What game? Main assembly. So I found a solution, and that doesn't happen anymore. Except in some theme parks case, has some weirdness that makes it not play nice with slightly more modern hardware. Oh, well, yeah, but there are other solutions like that, like 86 bucks. Okay. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, we were going to run demos and stuff, not just yakety yak. Okay. So we're going to rerun this. Did I put a disc in tray 2? I don't remember. Let's find out. Okay, there is a disc in tray 2. Let's run this. We're going to say, let's put it in tray 1, actually, just so that it's easier to manage, because that one's better calibrated. Okay, so if there is a disc in drive 2, put it in tray or hopper 1, and then load into drive 2 from hopper 1. So it's actually just going to take this disc out. If it finds it, put it in here, and then it's going to pick the exact same disc up and put it back in. Let's run that. MAME assembly and have this image game reverse engineer the arcade. Oh, that's better than the other way you could take that. It's like you're a butcher who then regrets their life choices and wants to Frankenstein their stuff back together. Hey, that's not where I told you to put it. I put an emergency cutoff power strip back here so that I can fix it. I don't know why it went bad. It got into the disc. That was weird. You actually doing calibration yourself or just replaying the one? So it turns out we're not even doing that, Yin. I don't actually know how we're going to do calibration yet. One of the goals for today after we wrap these commands is to log the entire calibration process so that we can capture all of those commands. And then I think, unfortunately, it only makes sense for me to put a calibration, like, interactive line-by-line thing into this so that you can calibrate it with my software. So, yeah. I think I'm going to have to do that. Thankfully, there's not that many things. There's a position over the drives. There is a height to the first drive. There's a minimum height that it should attempt to pick up from hoppers, and then a position over each bin. I think that's it. Or at the very least, that's all the critical ones. Oh, there's probably a calibration for the spike as well. Is the emergency button at least one of those big round? No, it's just literally a power strip. All right. Why did this not go where it was supposed to, though? So that's hopper. Hopper, hopper, oh, that's why. Hopper equal hopper. That'll do it. This is using the Python format, by the way, so you can just specify those. Okay, now this will work. Oh, wait, there wasn't a disk in the drive. I got to put it in there. There, okay. Should pull it from there, put it in there. It says, hey, you're not supposed to be here. Get out of here. There we go. And then, hey, look, I need a disk from this place. Oh, yay. So it grabs it, and then it'll put it back in the drive. All right. I don't have a close after this yet, because this is just for testing. All right. Every lab needs a few of those buttons. I do kind of want one. I'm actually planning out in my head a build for my breaker solution that I need here. It just always seems like a dim bulb tester does not make sense because it's only good for linear power supplies for things that you should realistically just bring up slowly on a variac anyway to reform capacitors in place rather than shocking them with full voltage all at once. Anyway, so I'm thinking I'm going to make a box that has like a bunch of quick blow fuses in it, and then I'll just be able to add the fuses up to the current that the device should use. I'm thinking maybe automotive blade fuses, actually, so that I can just pop them in there, and then if I need them, I can like just go anywhere and get them. So I'm thinking I do that, but the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get a normal outlet socket, put it on the side, and then get like a lamp cord, like push switch cable that just loops back so that I can have a button that I can just plug into the side, and then I can have that be a dead man switch, and then I'll have like a bypass switch on the unit where if I plug that in, only while I'm holding it will it actually work. On the other hand, though, I'm thinking maybe I should have it be a relay and then like a small low voltage signal that I send through there instead. That way I don't have to have 120 volts going through my hand. So just be sure to buy fuses from a reputable place. Amazon fuses are garbage. I mean, it's not like super critical. So, or not rated for anything over 32 volts. Well, I'll figure something out. It won't be those, I guess. But yeah, I'll figure something out. It would be nice to avoid the, like, glass tube fuses. Anyway, let's try this. I haven't done this yet. Okay, so we're going to set this to the extra hopper, and let's see if it will properly close the drive tray and then drop it on there. I actually don't know if it's calibrated for the spike, so this may not work correctly. So we'll see how this goes. Paul Guy, I don't know, but I don't want to be buying a bunch of, like, weird vintage fuses. You can put fuses in parallel for more current. It says, ooh, gross, there's a CD. Okay, it should put it here, so it should detect that it needs to put it there, close this tray. Nope. Ah, God, everything went wrong. Ah. Okay. I'm not sure how to handle this. I was hoping that it would be smarter. All right, here's the problem. So I really don't know how to handle that. I don't know how they would handle that. You send this command, okay, and then you get a response. So if there's a disk, you get a response back. No, that's fine, Schmide. It tried to close the tray. It just didn't do it in time. Let me explain. So you send the command, and then if there is a disk in the tray, it sends back S4, and then this, like, binary thing being sent as ASCII data or whatever is different from up here. So there's a 1 right here where there was a 0. But S8 means there's no disk, you're clear to load. S4 means there was a disk and I'm removing it. But apparently we don't get the knowledge that the drive wasn't empty, drive not empty, removing disk. We don't get that in time to close the tray. I don't know, maybe there's like a, could there be, S4 doesn't change if there's a disk there or not. Yes, it does. These are the two commands. Here, we can just scroll back up through the history. So found drive not empty, it's S4, and then up somewhere here there should be drive empty. It's S4 if there's a disk and S8 if there's not a disk. I'm telling you, that's what it is. Here, I can just run it again without a disk after I power it up, and you'll see that it's S8. That's Jefferson. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to convey that's not getting across, apparently. It says that there's an error, okay? It says S4 error, but it continues on its own before I can close the tray. Like, it just keeps on rolling. It doesn't wait for me to close the tray. So I'm wondering if maybe I can do something like assert DTR and RTS, and that'll hold it. Don't trust the robot? I know Helen Croft. Yes, I know that. But this is if, like, let's say I start it up. This would be the initialization procedure to make sure there are no disks in the drives. That's what this is for. I'm not saying we're going to use this ever, but I'm trying to figure out, just learn the machine. Like, this is just part of the process of understanding how it works and stuff. So I would like to know, if I assert these, will it stop? So let's find out. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to put this in this area, which I don't want. But, oh well. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say this. What's the output? It's C10. You know, we'll do like a mixed one. Hold on. If this equals C10, move it to a stack, close all drives, move it to the output. Yes, but this is supposed to work. I'm trying to figure out how to make this work. There are other solutions, but I want to see if I can do this. Okay, hold on. True. So we're going to assert these, which I think will block it. But we only assert them if it's this. So if it's C10 and S4 in command, in response, then we assert those. Print trying to block drive status or block ARM from moving. Okay. So there's a sensor in the ARM that reads if there is a disk. There's a little push button right there. I don't know if you can hear me wiggling it, that detects whether or not it hits a disk like that. That's it. That's the only thing it can detect. I'm not 100% sure if it has any kind of like pressure sensor, because it knows when, well, it tries to check the tray, but then it kind of like pushes into the tray. I don't know. Okay, so there's that. And then after it closes the tray, we can let it continue. All right, we'll see if that works. So I'm going to put a disk in there, and we'll see what happens. I have the stop switch in one hand. All right, checks if disk. Found, will tell me it found a disk. Okay. I'll look at the log in a second. What are you doing? How is that in any way correct, you stupid robot? Let me just drop it into the tray. Okay, what was it saying over here? Sent a bunch of calibration data, bunch of C10 data. It was S4 in response, but it didn't find it. If this equals C10, why did that not work? Wait, no, because that's C5. Wait, what? C10. No! Ah! It's sending the wait signal. So it sends C5, which was the last calibration command. Then it sends the check drive if empty. It finds out it's not empty, so it removes the disk, and it's supposed to put it in spindle 5. I don't know why it's just dropping it from the sky. And then I'm not 100% sure what it's doing, going back down. Let's rerun that, and then as soon as it picks it up, I'm going to remove the disk and close, or I'm going to close the tray and then be ready to catch the disk, I guess. I want to see what it does.
Hunter says CHER 100. I put the CP through the tray by your command.
Bomb Trace, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Ready on auto, on emergency off. Finds a disc, goes, hey, you're not supposed to be here. Pulls it out. I close that because I don't trust it. Okay. And then it just drops it. I don't think it's supposed to drop it there. I don't think that was working as correctly. As the original software do Bay 5, I can't see drive commands, so I'm not sure how it handles the tray. This is all I got. I want to run that again, and I want to watch and see if the disk just gets bumped as it goes down. So I want to be ready to close this, because it looks like it did try to do this correctly, and it screwed it up. Yeah, that's what's happening. The disk is getting knocked out. It's not dropping it. It's trying to drop it down there. It's just not calibrated for bin 5. That's my bad. These are blanks, by the way. That one's now a bad blank because I just wanged it into the the spike. Okay, so what did the log say? Trying to block arm from moving. A little fat lot of good that did. Let's see what happens when there's no disk in there. This is bin 5. That's bin 5. Yeah, so no disk. Here's what I want to see. So we sent the command for the thing. Where is it? C10. So we send C10, and then we get all of these back. We get up to D4. How high do we get when we're not finding a disk? So maybe we can use that to check. Yeah, I'm not thrilled with the coaster making marathon. All right, so no disk. Drive empty, continuing. Ooh. So just like instantly. Okay, so if we see anything back at all, we need to, boom, instantly close the tray. So the logic should be not if we find S4, it should be S8 not in response. So let's try this with a thing. I just realized all of that is behind it.
Mr. Rapido, by your command.
Jaco, thank you for the 100 bits. Kind of wish I had the robot last night. It was burning 7 HPUX CD set. Yeah. Okay. Ready. It found a not thing. Okay, I'm bailing. And then, oh wait. Here. Okay. So it... Why does output keep flashing your bottom left corner? Oh, because Kate's wanting to tell me some nonsense I don't care about. Manually operated robot, yeah, really. Wouldn't it be better to wrap those S8 and S4 to something readable? This is not final code. I'm just trying to test logic right now. So why isn't this working? Found C10. What's the difference between T03 and T10? Maybe... Huh. Oh, I'm an idiot. Jeez. Okay. This is complicated. I'm gonna do this not correctly, and then it will work, and then we gotta figure out how we want to handle this correctly. So this will work. I mean, drive is not defined. I'm starting to think I should calibrate it so that it can stop wanging the disc on the enclosure. The bitmap from the DLL? I don't know what to tell you. It's 5. Here's the manual. Boom. Manual. Spindle number 5. 4 doesn't exist. And that's how it responds. 5 goes there when you send it a 5. That's cool you got that bitmap out. I love the bitmap, though. Who needs a robot? You just chuck CDs at it, and then they all land where they need to go. See, calibrating seems to be something that should be rather high on the priority list. So, it's complicated.
FCHEER 101. Manful number 5 by your command.
Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. All right, I'm going to try something slightly different. I'm going to... No, that doesn't work. The sensor knows when it drops the disc. Because I think I've tried to fool before. So PJB, if you look, it turns out that the calibration data that I'm sending is the stock calibration data directly from the DLL that's stored as text. I'm not actually sending it calibration data, so I don't know how bin 1 in the drive positioning is correct. That's why we're going to have to track the entire calibration process at some point today. The last 9 C9 commands are repeated at the end of the cal data. So you're saying I'm sending it... Ah, okay. Intriguing. All right. Well, in that case... Yeah, your spindle counts there also only has 5, by the way. It is super weird. I don't know why they did that. Short tray's weird. I don't understand it. Okay, do we not have 51? Yeah, 51's who knows. Okay. So, yeah, I will... Like I said, we will go through the calibration process later. For right now, spindle 5, minus 140. Let's try minus 20 and see what that looks like. So let me put junk disk back in here. I'm going to save this. So, was minus 140. 51 number? What do you mean? Very defined area 51. If it is spindle 4 under the CD drives, then it knows where they are. It can't be... Here, let me turn it off. Because it locks. It can't go farther back. Alright, so let's see what we get with 120. That was better. Not right, but better. Okay. I'm gonna go 90. Because I think that'll get us there. What do you mean, index out of range? Hold on, we need to close tray 2. Alright, we put the disk back in, and now I think it's gonna work. I'm going to give you big view. All I'm doing is rerunning it. There we go. All right. Hands not touching. That's how much I trust it. Oh, God! Okay, so it sends the wait thing several times. Maybe we should wait a little longer. So let's wait until maybe D3, TD3. Let's try that. We have delays. It's what it outputs. I think we have to wait until one of these in particular. The purpose of the spike is rejects. So say you're burning a bunch of disks and some of them fail the test afterwards, you can put them there. So that's your reject bin. That's why it also cannot re-grab from here, because it grabs from the inside. So this is one way. All right, rerunning the command.
NEODRAGON 90 SIZHGER 100 I shall not be trusted. End of line.
This time I'll hold the power strip instead. You gonna... Oh my gosh, I was cutting it close. Yeah! This is my bad that it doesn't have the tray open. Okay. Oh my gosh, that was great. That was too close. It was very close. Maybe we wait for D2. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me catch up here. So the question, I've been able to get a whole Dropbox software it's supposed to use. Yes, that's how we got these commands. I have the real software. And we monitored USB traffic and serial traffic.
Optical rejects would be the name of my eyes. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. And Neo Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits too. So yeah, we've monitored the traffic over USB and serial to this thing to figure out what the commands are. And we still have more commands we need to figure out. So today, we're going to do that. Actually, we're going to do it in a moment here because I think I want to adjust. I just want to button up this one command here, and then we'll go ahead and sniff traffic because we keep failing to get to that, and I really need to. It's like an interference engine, no kidding.
RSONTWILIGHT 9C5SIZHGER 100 optical rejects is a great punk band name. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Jefferson. Okay, can you put an empty spindle container on that spike and then load the container up from the output stack? It would have to be like one of the 25 disc ones. A 50 wouldn't fit because it would interfere with the trays. If it was a completely hollow one, maybe. But probably not. I think there are hollow ones, so you could be onto something, but I feel like it's probably not it. Okay. Just catching up. Can we check the same procedure, but on first disk? What do you mean first disk? If it was the top drive, it would have crashed. Yes, you are correct. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, let's try with T2. Okay, so let me put this in. We'll see if T2 fires while it's higher up. We know T1 isn't good enough because it hasn't fully released from the tray. I wonder if these happen in stages, not in time. Like, what if T1 is I'm picking up the disk, T2 is I'm clear of the drive, T3 is I'm moving from the home position, T4 is I'm done. What if it's not time-based? Well, let's try T2 or D2. Or move status. That makes way more sense. So in this case, it should go now. D2 is home. Okay. Oh, this is excellent. Okay. Real complicated. We can make this work, though. We can make this work. This is a lot of fun. Try it as it is on the top drive, see if it's still squeaky bum time. Yeah, I don't think it will introduce enough tray. Yeah, that looked correct. I think that is how it should be operated. Okay, so I need to change how this works. So the command currently is like, it holds execution here until it receives like a valid response. I think we need to put this into the functions that are wrapping the calls, like here. Or maybe any of them that have like more complex movement, we just directly handle this, and everything else can just call this for cheap shots. Because like the calibration data, we're never going to get like a status back for that. I don't think we have to worry about that. We can just run it through here. So maybe we take this all and then we just run it in this instead. Got a big oh, sorry. There you go. Yeah, I should just stay here because I will forget. Okay. So let's say we do, we don't need this, I think. We will never see that. We're probably not getting that. Okay. So we need this command formatted like this. And we're going to write it here. All right, we clear our buffer, reset all that fun stuff. Okay. Loop command multiple times. Yeah, so we have multiple stages here. Okay, so T2. Let's just track status. So T1 print removing disk. T2 in home position. 3. No, T. Actually, I want to check this more. I don't think that's quite right. Bins literally tubes. So they have these like little like runner rail things that go all the way down. Unfortunately, they're broken on one of them a little bit. I'm not exactly sure why they put those in there, but I think it gives it airflow around it. It could have just been molded to have those channels in there still, but yeah, I think it allows air to pass around the disk so it drops a little more predictably. And yeah, they're open on one side because the arm has to be able to go down. Speaking of tubes, let me do that so we brutalize just one disk. Okay. Okay, so I am not 100% sure. I want to watch the code a little more directly as this operates to see what it does. So yeah, T2 was not closed. I think we closed on T3, right? No, we closed on T2 or D2. Okay. Yeah, we did it earlier. Okay. So in home position, D3 is moving disk to bin. All right. We definitely do not want a tray activity there. D4 will be... What do we think? Do we think D4 trips? I don't know when D4 trips at all. Unknown. And then print all done. I don't know if it's when it's done moving. I'm hoping it's when it goes back up to the home position, but I want to watch. For now, I'm going to put tray open back here. And we can use drive again correctly. Also, we only need to do it if it's hopper 5 is the output.
David Fenton says a con CHER 100. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, David. Yep, uncon. Yep. It's not even close. Unknown. Number of the unknowns? There's only one. Okay. So this is going to be like post status. So CMD stat, this only exits once we hit this point. And then we don't really need this. And we can go here. We don't need this. So we'll save response. In the final response, drive was clear. Drive was not empty. Disk removed. Okay. But we like uncon. And then we don't need any of that. Okay. Let's try this now, because I think that'll work. No, we don't need this either. We shouldn't have that. Okay. I want to know when that trips. All right, here we go. Unfortunately, you guys have a better view of this than I do. Okay, so I thought I would try and full screen the output from OBS so that I could see the commands and the robot at the same time. Did not work. Just crashed OBS. So let's not do that. I do have an emergency stop power strip right here, and I had to activate it because that did not work. Name CMD line is not defined. Okay, so where is CMD line? Okay, so it crashed and then did not read any data. Okay. Let's do CMD underscore line, because that is a really long command. And now it'll work. Okay. Is the review all right? Yeah. We're back though, right? Just to confirm, like it's all fine. All right. Let me turn it back on. Okay, yep, back. All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to give it a second to sort itself out, and now we run it again. Clip that because it was too good. Well, I'm glad one of us appreciated it. All right, I should be ready on the stop button. Okay. Removing disk. In home position. Moving disk to bin. Okay, when does 4? 4 trips as soon as it's done. Okay. Oh, now this is sweet. Yeah, that rocks. Okay. Okay, so 4 is disk released. Yeah, that's awesome. All right. Disk released to bin. Boom. All right. We have fully mapped that command now. This is going to take a lot of work. This is going to take so much work. Uh. Feels like it'll be about 6 weeks, no kidding. Oh, man. All right. So we need to do something similar for load and unload.
90 SICHER 100. Hooray, I am a Cylon now, by your command.
By your command. Hold on, I want to try a thing here. I don't know if I have it. Oh, it never works. All right, well, we're going to get random nonsense in the next deck talk message because I thought I could be clever, but I can't. I'll just leave that as a to be completed feature. Be more work, sniffing bits or building a new controller? Building a new controller, for sure. Way more work. Okay.
Ultimate says CHER 100. I don't need your help to include random nonsense in deck talk messages. Thank you very much. End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. I think I know what the problem was.
.Cylon.nr.
Okay.
.Kylon.nr. .Kylon.nr. .Silent.nr. Wesley Nixon says CHER 100. Who remembers Twiggy? PT, by your command.
Wesley, thank you. That was amazing.
Oracoon says CHER 100. I'm not a Cylon. I'm a Cylon. Now to kill Baltor. End of line.
Okay, 1 second. Don't do any cheers.
Deck Talk is now online. End of line. Oracoon says CHER 100 C% ER moves. End of line. Oracoon says CHER 100 ER moves this time by your command. Monters says CHER 100. I put the CD through the tray by your command. Magic Contact says CHER 100. Damo Ricardo Mr. Rapato by your command. Swarmated Insect says CHER 101. Mambo number 5 by your command. NEODRAGON 90 SICHER 100. I shall not be trusted. End of line. Oracoon says CHER 100. Optical rejects would be the name of my eyes. End of line. JEFFERSONTWILIGHT 9C5 SICHER 100. Optical rejects is a great punk band name. End of line. David Phantom says a con CHEER 100. End of line. NEOTRAGON 90 SICHEER 100. Hooray, I am a silent now by your command.
I'll take it. H. Vontress, thank you for the 100 bits. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I added a phonetic replacement to make it pronounce Cylon correctly, since we are apparently going to keep saying it. By the way, my phonetic version of Cylon that it took, that's how I spelled it. Yeah, Majeko, I know. Here's the thing, because I know you all have 5 billion points, it has to be automatic, because I can't sit here for like a whole stream just doing that. And that's going to be a lot more complicated. What I will probably have to do is add another metadata, like the HTML pre-formatted one, where just for the deck talk, there will be a name phonetic output, because I will want it. It's going to be difficult to send that to the office, because remember, the API access is done on the server at home. So it's like a whole pain in the butt. All right. I think we're good with all that. Wait, I'm not setting drive correctly. Okay, there we go. Genuinely don't know what I would laugh at there, sorry. Alright, I think that's all good. My help deck talk with usernames general involves regex. I'm afraid if Shelby will glare at me. Why would I hate regex? I'm pretty sure it's got regex in it. It also happens to have a billion just dot replaces, but... Alright. I think that's good. I think this is fine for this command. So there's one whole command properly wrapped. I'm going to go ahead and commit this right now. Git status should just be the one file. Yep. Git commit am wrapped drive check clear command. Git push origin web. Okay. Let's do, let's sniff the calibration data. I also want to sniff, you know what, I want to do this real quick. Hold on. I got a bonus objective I want to do. Hold on. I want to go here. I want to run load. I don't even want this. Hold on. I'm just gonna...
CHEER 100. Git commit, git push, git break by your command.
Sleepy, thank you for the 100 bits. We're gonna go tray. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna load into drive 2 from hopper 1, but there's not going to be a disk. Okay, so load C3. I want to track what with and without a disk looks like with a load command really quick. We're not going to do anything with this. I just want to know. Because I'm pretty sure it's going to show something here. So C3. With disk. Let's go back to this. C3. Okay. We got that. And then it returned this. Okay, so is it going to be an S8? Because that was valid. It picked up a disk. So I want to see what it does when there is no disk. Yeah, this is the load command. So this is important because let's say I want to queue up 200 disks at once, okay? Like maybe I open an archiving service and I have someone just send me a spindle of CDs that are like pre-ready to go, like just boom, and I just drop them all in there, whatever, all right? Maybe what I do is I fill up one and then I fill up the second, all right? And then it'll unload from here into that one, and then when this one's empty, it'll unload from this one into that one. But when it empties one, I need to know how to detect that so that it can move to the next one. The other reason to do this is that we can queue up, say, 10 disks, all right? Start the process. It can keep going. I'm going to have an option where it will just keep trying, or what, well, here, actually, this is how it'll work. So it's just gonna like cycle between the bins as long as there is a media queue. So when this one empties, it will then check this one. So if when it empties, it knows that its source bin is going to change, is what I'm saying. And I need to know how to determine when it's empty. So I would just like to know what the response is right now when there is no disk there. All right, found C3. It is SO8. Okay. Boom. That is my response. Perfect. That's all I wanted. I just wanted that. So that was one test. We didn't even need the original software for that. All right. I'm going to try something. I want to just send it that. And see if that makes it home. Oh, wait, it's waiting. Huh. Well, that's curious. Okay. So we may need to send this if it has like a C or an SO8. Interesting. Okay, let's kill this, rerun, see if this works. I may need to send this before I send anything else at all. Actually, I think I can send it here. I think Param always responds correctly. There we go. Okay, yeah, we definitely need C10D1. Okay. Interesting. So now, why did it, oh, the tray open is hard-coded, okay. Stay hydrated. The difference is SO8 versus SO4. This means error, basically. The E12, that might mean there was no disk specifically. Did we get, yeah, we got E13 for no disk on the other one. I just didn't even check that. I just went straight for the error. So what we can do essentially is if we see SO8, then we have to send this after the fact. Or I think we can just always send that after the fact. This appears to be home, though. 202 appears to always be home. So if I get rid of that, all right, is 202 sent at any point? 201. Yeah, let's try this really quick. I want to clear these, all right? I'm going to turn the bot off. And then move this somewhere else, all right? I'm going to turn it back on. Yeah, it's clear alarm, so that's why we had to do this. I'm guessing it's clear in SO8 state. Okay. And then I'm going to run this. I want to see if this homes. Okay, it did home. I don't know if that's just part of the calibration process. Okay. So I'm going to tell it unload if not empty, 2 to 5, and then we just home. Also, it's probably got to open the tray. Okay. So the goal here is only... Actually, I should probably move... Drive was not empty, disk removed. I should probably move this here. Okay, let's try this. Oh, I screwed up. 5 is right over that. So I'm not actually going to be able to tell. I should have moved it to, like, bin 3. Ah, I think that was it. I think that was it homing. Okay. So this is definitely clear alarm, and then this is definitely go home. So let's just mark those really quick, because then that puts all of the commands that we're using, that makes them all known. So clear. They must say alarm somewhere in the DLL, so I'll call it alarm. Clear alarm, and then home. So C1, D1, it's clear, alarm, and then this is home. Okay, let's document these really quick. Clear alarm is this. I'm guessing C1 is some kind of like system level command. Or laserdisc used for this format. I'm not sure what you mean. A jukebox kind of thing? I'm not aware. Nope. Are there laserdisc jukeboxes? Huh. Is an end of move request. I'm not sure what you mean. I can try this. I will tell it to empty to bin 3 if there is a disk. And we'll see what it does. If a previous command ended with an error or alert, this will clear the status. You're correct, that did not go home. Drat. And allow more commands. Failing to send this command after an alarm will prevent the robot from responding to other commands. Okay. All right, so that's not home. I wonder if this is home. I don't know why that would send an error, but let's just try this. C1 OD2. Although you're saying that should be cancel last command. Yeah, let's just try this. So let me just give me that back. I want the ugly one back. Did I save that? I did. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that command. I don't know what that is. 2OD1 is home. So we're never calling home here? That's weird. All right, well, I'll try this then. 2D1. I guess it... Well, no, because I do want it to end up over there. So let me grab this. Give me that. Yeah. I guess I didn't need to close it. Okay, so that does home. All right. I feel like this thing's really poorly designed. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's whipping the cable all around, and I feel like this corner has got to be cutting into this cable that runs up the back of the arm. This should have been rounded. What do I consider home above the drive trays? So CO2 DO1 moves arm over drive trays to home position. Okay. I don't know what that is. Cancel last command, though, feels weird. Like, the only time I could ever see using cancel last command would be if something went unexpectedly, like if there was a disk in the tray that wasn't supposed to be there and you'd rather the whole thing just halt. But you would have to respond to that. So removing disk in home position. So here it would have already clamped onto the disk by the time we know this, and then it would move it up. So we could try sticking it here and then see what it does, but I feel like it's not gonna be happy. Okay, so we're moving to 3. I need the disk back. Okay, let's try that and see what happens. Okay, that did instantly cancel the command, or the action. Motors are still locked. Interesting. And now it's stuck. Okay. All right, let's document this in the code really quick. I don't... Are we sending a... Yeah, so the default thing does have a DO2 in there. Like, this doesn't seem necessary in the slightest. I don't think we need that. I don't think we've really figured out what that is either. Maybe clear alarm, then home? Oh, yeah, if we wanted to continue from this, for sure. I mean, we could try that. So home is 01. All right, so let's say we did here. All right. No, here. Okay. So we do... sure, I don't whatever. Okay, so we do this, and then 201. What does that do? That will be interesting. I don't know what state it's currently in, so I'm just going to turn it off and pull this up. Is that a way to manually enter command code so it can respond after to cancel, try different stuff? Yeah, but we've had we have problems with that because it behaves weirdly, and then it sends the data, and if you don't like clear the buffer, it just doesn't work. There's a reason that we switched to this. We tried to do that yesterday, and it did not work. Maybe it says I don't need you to do anything. I don't know. It is weird that it is sent after every movement. So I'm curious if it'll like release the disk here, or if it'll stay clamped and then move up. Yeah, I didn't like that. It still didn't do the stuff. I think it's actually getting stuck on this, though. I'm wondering... maybe I should just directly write these instead of doing that complicated command. One moment. So if we do... self command, okay, what is this? We're calling this emergency stop. Or I'm calling it stop. We're going to stop, clear alarm, and then home. So stop, clear, alarm, and home. But I'm not going to read anything back, which is probably also not going to work. All right, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to full do that. Okay. Like manual command to your script. You want an interactive input. That's a whole lot more of a pain in the butt to set up. I don't want to deal with that. All right, let's see what this does. It's not a problem to just like change one line at a time. All right, after this, we'll stop and we'll actually sniff the calibration process. I know I've been saying that for 2 hours, but this is it. Oh, okay. Ah! How? What? Well, that was different. What was that? It went up to the... there's apparently no limit switch up there, or the limit switch didn't work. Yeah, there is a limit switch. I see it there. It didn't work. It went up and then just kept going.
BOSSJOCK 77 SIZAGER 100 dot ain't fixed, but it's different dot. End of line.
Boss Jock, thank you for the 100 bits. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I don't like it. All right, let's... nah. Let's just redo this, but with all of the other stuff. So DO1 101 clear alarm. Okay, so we clear alarm. Then 102 we don't have documented. Oh, that was the emergency stop, right? Yeah. Okay. Why would we clear the alarm and then stop? stop. Then it's... So 101... Oh my gosh. Let me get these all documented. Clear alarm. 101. 202. We don't have documented at all. C0202. Unknown. Clear alignment, so that it has to fully rehome. You think C202 could be that? Could be. We'll give that... Dang it. We'll give that one shot. Maybe that is... It has to rehome to fully... So 101 is clear alarm, though. And then 102 is emergency stop again. No, here. So... One, two, emergency stop. Cancels current command and stops arm. Appears to also need home position recalibrated after. Okay. 101, clear alarm. 202, unknown. 101, clear alarm again. 102 is emergency stop. Then load. So we can try... this. That was 102, 202. Rehome is what I'll call it. Yeah, maybe, PJB. I kind of want to figure this out because I think we have just stumbled onto how it homes. I do think this is the homing procedure now. I agree that that would make sense. And we are issuing none of those commands. So let's see what 202 is. Okay, let's just run this. It would help if I turned it on. Oh, C501 definitely just homed it. .202 homed, but like broken homed. So I say we do 501D as a rehome. Maybe, oh, wait, there is a 201 right there, which we're calling home. So maybe rehome is clear home position or something. So let's do rehome and then home down here. And see what that does. Do 1 second pause between commands. You can distinguish what is what. Yes. What does eBay want me to see? Oh, that thing is pretty sweet. There's no bids on it? I can't justify bidding on it, and that's why there's no bids on it. I want it, but no. It needs to cost less. It's a shame the caps hold so much charge. It's chewing up that belt. Yeah, so we were in the middle. So we did this, which means we then ran that. So maybe this invalidates. Looking at garden hose parts. You know, we aren't sending the commands and waiting for the response here. That could be part of the problem because we're kind of like stuck in the loop already. I don't know, man. This is a pain in the butt. Any save command? What do you mean? Need to start doing an awkward thing. Let eBay seller know they sent me 5 out of 6 items. Ooh, ouch. I'm liking this emergency stop while we're on the disk though, because that's giving us a test where we invalidate our home position. Oh, save the alignment. I could see that being 502. Let's just try executing this directly here. So we'll stop, clear alarm, and then we'll run that whole thing. Unfortunately, again, I'm not doing it while I'm waiting. So it's gonna not work as well. Oh, helps when you turn it back on. So let's see what this does. Okay, I think I need to figure out how to wait. Okay. Let's try that. After this, give up, put a pin in it, come back to it. Because we really, really need to watch the calibration process. Ah! Why did it do it twice? And, oh, because it did a normal, okay. So something there is actually rehome. It just needs to wait. Okay. Okay, let's... So this is all safe. Let's see what these do. One at a time. We're clear now. It shouldn't smash the belt to bits and pieces. So let's see what 103D3 does. It will just sit there. Okay, so that goes up. That's rehome right there. No, 10D3 is rehome. So what are the other three? I'm going to guess that saves the home count position. And then this rehomes. And then I don't know what that does. I'm going to guess that sets the stepper count offset to 0. So let's like actually put these in order. Is it different for up, down versus angle? I don't think so, because we did that command, 103, it went up and it wiggled out and back in one go. So, okay. Return move to home position. Moves arm to home position without checking sensors for end stop. Rehome using sensors. You know what? Let's call it end stop home. C01D03. Okay. Finds home position using end stops. I predict that we could do, when we cancel on this, if we did this followed by this, the proper home, it would grind the belt. Because I'm betting it doesn't reset the position, and it would still think home is up above. So let's try this. This should grind. I'm predicting this will grind the belt. So without that, it does not grind the belt. The only thing we're doing is adding this move to home count. Find home by end stop sensors. So if this does not clear the count in home position, this will go above it, which means these somehow, this probably saves the home position by count. This one disable stepper motors. We have not found that. It is always locked with active steppers after we start it. I don't think there's a reason to ever disengage the steppers. You're not meant to manually do anything. Like, you can't push anything to have it pick up a disc. So I don't think there's a reason to. And it's not like a 3D print. I mean, I guess you could want to like push it up out of the way. I don't know. Okay, so we are finding that. Okay, let's try it. This should grind the belt, if I'm right. So I'm ready on the power strip to cut power. So what I'm predicting, it'll wiggle out and then crash. That's my guess. Okay, wiggle out, go back, and it did not crash. Curious. So that must also... That's weird. Do we have anything after this? We have a clear alarm. Let's disable everything after this function. We have a send command. That's a clear alarm. So this is setting the home position too. What is the C5 then? Also, why does it double rehome? Hold on. Now that I've disabled more stuff, I want to try just one thing there. Oh, wait, what are we doing here? That's also homing. We don't want that. Okay, let's try this. So this should just rehome using the sensors. That's weird. Okay. That does not move it to home. Invalidate home. Invalidates home position offset and will cause next home to use end stop sensors. So now, if we do this, it will have to full rehome. Oh gosh, ah, bad. Okay. That's okay. Progress. So this is definitely invalidate home position. That is 100% what that is. I don't know what 501 does. What happens if we send 501, so invalidate home? So what happens if we just send 501 after invalidating the home position? Nothing. It gave us a valid response, SO4. I mean, we have to try homing next. What does that do? I mean, so the actual thing is invalidate, do this, then home, then do that. So actually, that's just going back to what it should be. So I have no clue what that's going to be. I suspect it will do nothing, G-Pin. Invalidating home also causes no physical motion. So we can not send that, and we can send just that. I don't know what that'll do, though. Ah! It's just gonna sit there, though. Yeah. Did it give us a different error? So it's E0 and E0. 101011 101011. Same exact code. Yeah, it doesn't care. I have no idea what that does. As far as I can tell, we don't need any of that for this. We may not need any of it for the initialization. I don't know. Wait a minute. I have an idea of what it could be. We may not need it here at all. I predict these are use calibration data. So this invalidates the home. I don't know what that's going to do, but then this might say now apply calibration data. How do you know the C103 invalidates home? It does not do the same thing, no. So if what you're saying I should do next is this and then send it home, I guarantee you that this will crash the head, crash it to the top. Guaranteed. Running. Ready to turn it off. 103 is definitely invalidating the home position. Oh, it didn't. What? I hate everything. It still works, though. Okay, what's the order? 103, then this. Those both do the same thing, it seems like. Let's try... Well, PJ.
100. I reject your reality and substitute my own. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, G-Pin. So, PJB, what I just did was only run this and then home, which had the effect of invalidating the home position. Because if we run home without anything else, it will crash. So this and this both appear to invalidate the home position. Well, that is kind of what it seems to be, the category, but it also doesn't make a ton of sense because like C3 is load and C4 is unload. So it's not like, disk manipulation or something. And then C10 is clear drive, I'm calling it, which unloads if there is a disk. Yeah, but it's not as clear as that. Because I could see C3 and C10, or no, C4 and C10 being the same main command, but then having like a sub command, but they can't because it uses the sub data as the drive delimiter. So it's weird. It's like a command and then arguments, but then if they couldn't provide it with arguments, then they split them out into separate commands. So I wouldn't say you can totally rely on this, but you can sometimes associate them with each other. So C1 appears to be system. C2 appears to be ARM. But so far the only ARM command we know is move to home position. We don't know what 202 does. Let's try just invalidate home and then 202. Just for kicks. Let's run that one more time. But without the invalidate. Because I think that only homed vertical. Wait. What? Okay, this should 100% crash. Darkstar, that's where we got these commands from. There's two people looking at trying... This is what caused a crash before! Anyway, yes, but it's not good enough. We have to sniff serial traffic. That's what we're doing. We're working off of the serial traffic we sniffed right now.
There is no reality by your command.
G-Pin, thank you for the 100 bits. We're working on the commands that we got from the original software in isolation so that we can try and determine what their behavior is. I want to run this one more time. This is 01. I want to see if 01 does that. Okay. I think I got it. 01. Home. X and Y. O2. Home X. So... Or no, home Y. So home DO3 may be home X. So let's try this. This will work. It will go up, but then it will not wiggle out. So no wiggle out. Correct. Okay. So then we stick 03 and we see if that wiggles out after. Okay. All right. For kicks, 4. Literally no clue what this may or may not do. I hate that it worked. Because I don't know what it did. Let's just try 5 and see if it... I mean, I don't want to do that, actually. Let's do only home Y 202, and then we'll try 5. Because I can't only home X, or it will try to home X in the disk drive position. So we'll only home Y, and then we'll try 5. Maybe they just like loop or something, I don't know. Or there might be some other minor distinction. So 202 is home Y. So home Y, and then home 5. Whoa, that was different. Wait a minute. No. Six gonna be wiggle back. I don't know. I'm excited. We're in uncharted territory. Someday we'll actually look at the calibration data. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do this with all the drives closed. Okay, so that goes there. So what does 4 do? Or no, what does 6 do? Is this gonna move to bin positions? So 6 is... 6 it did not like. Yeah, it says no to 6. So 5 it's fine with. I did leave at the top of the initialization clear. Right? Yeah, okay. So I can keep sending it garbage. Okay, so this should... Wah, wah, okay. So let's try a 5 and then a 4. What does that do? Ooh, okay. All right, let's try something else. If I change the position of bin 5, does that change where it wiggles out to? I have to recalibrate it. Hold on, I have to turn it off and on again. Bloody screen, we don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to go through the whole thing and deduce what the commands do. That didn't seem to be drastically different. Okay, so it's not going to spindle 5. It's just going out. We could try over the tray. as where 4 is. So that's angle arm. We could set this to, let's say, just minus 25. And we'll see if that changes where it goes. Oh, that definitely changed where it went. Okay. So C2DO4, 100%. Move arm to drive angle. That's what that does. Because we changed the arm angle, and that changed where it moved to. Wonder if 5 is clear home sensor. I think 5 is the position, so if you watch it load a disk, it goes out and then wiggles its way in. And I think 5 is like completely clear of the drives, and 4 is wiggle it into the drives in case there's something weird that it has to clear. It's like, imagine that you had a tray that the drive like flipped up on for some idiotic reason. It would hold the disk out and then slide it under the tray, or like a flap. All right, and then I'm gonna 5, move arm. Clear of drives. 5. Okay. Moves arm angle. Moves arm, let's say rotation, to the calibrated position of the drive angle. Okay, I actually really want to check the drive calibration stuff now, because I think when we set, we might get a confirmation of this when we calibrate the drive angle, because it moves it there and then we do mini steps around it. So we might see this command sent. Not really, Adrian, because we had to miscalibrate the drive position, so it wouldn't be able to drop a disk into the tray correctly with it moved out into the incorrect position. So arm angle is a term in the driver, I believe, for this. It's angle robotic arm, technically. I think I've seen that twice now. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't tried disassembly or anything. But it is the calibrated position of the angle for the drive to put the disk in the tray correctly. Arm angle. I said drive angle? Move arm rotation. Hold on. Angle robotic arm. Yeah, it's weird. It's related to the drives, though. I'm going to call it this, because arm angle is weird. Move arm rotation to the calibrated position of the drive angle. I think that's the most correct way to say that. Okay. And then we're going to short tray is for the drive maneuver. I don't know. We'll look at it all in a moment. Moves arm clear of the drives to a fixed position away from the drive tray. Actually, moves arm rotation. Okay. Home arm rotation home arm height. We're not sure what this is now, though. So I'm going to get rid of that. We figured out what 202 is. Was that being sent somewhere? 202. Okay. So 202 is being sent after... Ooh, that's scary. After it drops a disk? Okay. Huh. Ooh, let's try that. Actually, okay, hold on. I have an idea. Let's open tray 2. We'll move tray, the disk that's in that tray. All right, this is the garbage disk, right? Yes. We're going to take the garbage disk and we're going to put it here. We're going to close the tray, and then we're going to home X the rotation, and then I want to see if it doesn't home vertically. Because we haven't tested homing that without it homing to the side. Because it could actually hit things if it's not up. And that would be, you know, bad. So we'll close tray after this. And then we actually don't want to do any of that, but we want to home X. And we'll just do that. So this might do some weird stuff. Let's see. Wait, did we leave error nonsense here? I did. Whoops, I don't know what this is gonna do now. Oh gosh. Off. Hold on, let me get rid of all this. The disk position was wrong because I had intentionally set it wrong. Okay, let's get rid of all that. Get rid of all of that. Yeah, okay. Turn it back on. It's now normal again. Is it the command to control the grabby finger? No, because I can hear when that moves. But also, it may not release if it's not already released. Okay, so this should just drop it over here. Oh, it goes up on its own. Okay, well that didn't help that much. Alright, let's get rid of all the garbage from this that we don't need. I don't know how to get it to stay in the middle outside of a drive. But that definitely did that. Okay. Let's lock this in. Let's do the calibration. Let's actually do the thing for once. Okay, I'm going to full power cycle it so that the XP software has to send it all of the data, and we'll see how it goes. We're going to log the data in the machine using Portmon rather than Wireshark because Portmon also captures serial control and seems like less of a pain in the butt. So we're going to send it this. Oh yeah, hold on. There. All right. Take that, and that, and that, and that. Okay, close. Has the serial been sniffed yet? Many, many times. That's how we got all of the commands. Okay. Let me run Portmon. Yeah, I don't... It's a lot of work to make something like this, or I would just make one for floppies. All right, we're going to capture port 3. Yes, they can both operate at the same time, but there's no reason to in Portmon's here because it's just superior. All right, one of these is clear, right? Log to file. Ooh, log to file. Hello. Let's just have it log directly to the desktop. Thank you. Okay. Well, that's sweet. Okay. Capture. I don't know. Clear. Okay. Yeah, we'll clear after we get through the initial. Okay. So this is probably not what I wanted, actually. And let me put the hopper for bin 1 back. Yeah, cancel. Okay, so robotics. The first thing it's going to do is it's going to like sniff all the USB devices or the serial stuff. It does a lot of weird stuff to try and find it, and then it sends the calibration data. So I think it's sending it calibration data now. This software, way slower than mine. Yeah, custom XP avatar thing. You mean my logo? Yeah, this is way slower than mine. I have no idea why. All right, so now it's doing the like C50 whatever nonsense, and then it just sits here. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Okay, I'm actually going to change the log file now. Wait, can I set it to like a different output? Apparently not. I want to log to a different file. I'm just going to relaunch it. Close. Minimize. Can't minimize. Okay. Local disk C, document settings, that guy, desktop, Portmon. Okay. So we're going to log to new file. Calibration. Okay. Go. All right. So we're going to log everything here. Here's how this works. All right. So you get this little metal, like, bullet type thing. And what you're supposed to do is you take your CD spindle and you stick that in there. You're supposed to put 90 discs in here. And then this goes up to this thing. I guess I can show you closer. It goes up to the grabber, and you're supposed to align these to each other. So I'm actually going to take all of my blanks here and put them into one. And then we'll just move that bin around as we do this. So this is how you calibrate this thing. By the way, I haven't shown it on camera yet, but I got this thing complete in the box. That's why I have this. I bet this gets lost a lot. All right, leave the garbage one on top. All right. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. But I actually don't care about calibrating it this time. That's just how you would do it normally. So what we're going to do is we've started logging. It hasn't sent anything. We're going to go over to calibration. Ooh, that's curious. Did it just read all of the calibration data? I don't know what it did there. That's interesting. Okay. I kind of want to split that off into its own log, because I don't know what that was. Save. I don't know what this is going to do. Cal start. Save. Clear. Okay. Case where you'd want to reverse the order of the stacked disk, perhaps create a routine to do that? Absolutely not. You know how I would do that? I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. That would be a nightmare. No, we won't be doing that. Well, actually, that's not true. We're going to do that a lot. That's how you use it. You want to just skip putting it in the drive. You don't see the screen? Oh, fair. Okay. Here's what happened. When I started it, it sent all of this data when I started the calibration thing. C8. It totally reads the cal data. C5, DO1, and then it rehomes. Okay, I think it reads the cal data for the things that it can control. We get a param value back. Yeah, okay. So I set, let's just look at this. 10. So parameter 10 should be negative 125. 10 minus 125. Okay, so we can read the cal data. That's big. That's good to know. So if we want to do evil things, we can. Okay, let's mark this really quick here. So store, or you know what, set calibration value is C9. Get calibration value is C8. Yeah, we're not doing Tower of Hanoi. Like, it would be fun in theory, but oh my gosh, you know how long it would take? This thing's not fast. Is this thing now replacing the butt flap one? I don't know what you mean by butt flap, but yes. In short, the other one, which is sitting right there, is going to my home so that I can do some archiving there. And then this one's going to stay here, and it's going to live indefinitely on top of the 8-inch drive because it's the perfect size. It just makes sense. Just leave it there. Okay, so we have the calibration main commands. You only have to do it on 3 disks as a proof of concept. Can't take more than half an hour. Yeah. So that was step 1. Step 2, we cleared this. Really, really wish I could put this up above, but whatever. I'm just going to hang this off to the side so I can see when it sends data. So let's start with height. Oh, it's definitely doing stuff. You know what? We're just going to... Okay, so this is drive height. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to... for every single one of these, we can increment or decrement, okay? So I'm always going to increment twice and then decrement 4 times. So 1, 2, okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm just going to accept. All right. So we retrieved the cal data for that. Ooh, what's that? D2, D0, D1. Okay. So C7 is some kind of increment or decrement the cal value? CO2 D31. Hello, new C2 command. CO2 D1. CO5 D1. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, so let's think about this. It homed, and then it homed, that is X and Y. Okay. Then it went to D31. So I'm going to guess that took it to the drive position. And then this shimmies it. Like, it just offsets it slightly. But I don't like this. This is weird. We need to know what this middle command is as well, or middle character. What's in between those? We don't know. We are going to have to use Wireshark, I think. Switch casing? What do you mean? It can't be a line feed is an indication of submitting the command. That's the period at the end. We have here a period in the middle. We're effectively sending it two commands at once. So you're saying lower and upper? So it does send that, and then it sends this. As far as I have seen in the software, the case does not matter. I think internally it uppercases everything or lowercases everything, something like that. Because I have sent the same commands with and without case being changed. I'm guessing that some of these are just like hard coded. It builds this command on the fly using the values. So it's lowercase because they were lazy. But then these ones are hard coded. That's my guess. And that they're uppercase. So I'm going to mark 0231. C 02 D31 move to, hold on, what calibration position is this? To height of robotic arm, just the height, loads disk to a tray to drive height calibration position is my guess. And then yeah, this is super weird. So increment or modify or could it just be a straight move? Hold on. Let's find out. We logged that. We have CO7. So CO7. Oh, I should probably put the O's in here. Whatever. I don't know if it matters. CO7. It's some kind of move incrementally thing. So let's go back to this. The only unique value that was sent here was the D31 for CO2. Everything else we've seen other than the other ones, which are clearly the increment and decrement. I'm just going to, you know what, quickly mark. Inc is C07 D1 and then like here, yeah, we're definitely gonna have to Wireshark this, unfortunately. C07D0 because we have to know what that mystery character is in between. And then decrement is 2 for some reason. Okay, let's try the next thing. Angle. Dot is a non-ASCII printable character. Okay, so it may have issued a D31 again. So let's see. It was another D31. and it did a C8, which was get calibration value, and it did it for D2, which we haven't seen. But it's negative 1, 2, 3. That's weird. Okay. So this is a different value. Let's see, increment twice. Decrement 4 times. Okay. I am going to guess that it is the other part. This is what's going to change. No. 4 and 3. It was up and down. Oh, this is weird. Move up. Move down. And then so left is clockwise. Left is clockwise. Move clockwise is 3. 3. Move counter clockwise is 4. Okay. Can we just do Wireshark, like, right now? I think I have to run the whatever commands, but I think after that we can just see. So hold on, let me just look up Wireshark, USB, what are the 2 commands I gotta run? Alright. Mod probe, USB mon, sudo mod probe, USB mon, blah, 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 blah. And then sudo make me able to read USB mon. What's the second part of the stop? I don't know. Alright. Now, Wireshark. And we look at, hold on, LS, USB. We want 118. USB 1. Holy moly, why are they so big? Okay, let's just send this one more time. Left, right, stop. Okay, wait, did it just send a bunch of data? What on earth? It's 118? 118. Huh. Okay, hold on. I want to filter to bulk out, select, and then this. Okay, so we sent that. The character in between is 0A. Okay, what was 0A? Is that carriage return? Or, because it's line feed for end to line. So is that carriage return? That's line feed. What? How? So maybe it doesn't respond until it gets a 0. Because, yeah, it's 0A here and then 0A at the end. So the that might be the actual submit or the accept. Maybe it doesn't act on it until it does that. Maybe you can do both. So maybe you can do a like a D1 where it'll move up and then a D3 where it'll move left to make a diagonal motion. And then you do D0 to say, I'm done, actually do it. Are we getting 2 responses back? No, we're only getting 1 response back. Dill waits for 1 as well as confirmation the robot received a command. What do you mean waits for 1? I am still not sure what you mean. So it's sending 2 line feeds in 1 command. The length is 12. It sends the D3 line feed and then the D0 line feed. But then it starts to get a response back. It does not attempt to read, it seems, until it sends both. ASCII zeroid non-breaking space. This says line feed on, random website. Oh, yeah, I didn't even read it correctly. Yeah, it was 0A, right? Yeah, 0A. Okay. Well, I suspect this is going to be not that difficult to guess what the rest of these are going to do. We're just going to look for the C2 position command for the rest of these, for the different spindles. And then we're going to, I bet the software counts the number of times that you send it the other calibration positions and then offsets that from the number that it read to recalibrate the machine. Oh, you're saying the robot sends a line feed. Okay, so let's look at the D31. Because I see there is a blank space here and then a period. So the D31, does it have the blank space? It's got a lot of blank spaces. Yeah, I don't know why it's... Maybe it was reading a whole bunch and not getting data, and then it gets that. I don't know. All right, let's try the next position. So, spindle 1. D11. What is this D12 nonsense? I haven't even clicked a button yet. All right, well, let's document D11, I guess. Move drive to... What is the software called again? Spindle 1. We're calling it bin 1. Bin 1 calibration position D11. And then this is Wait, hold on. Did they not have... It's one character there, and then here it was 2 characters. That's weird. Sent after... We'll test these in a vacuum afterwards, I guess. For kicks, let's see. This should be D3 and then D4. D4. Okay, so those are correct. We have those down. So the software is definitely just counting the number of times you click the button, which also kind of makes sense because if you click this too fast, it like loses sync and then the whole thing is screwed and you got to reboot everything. So, okay, that makes sense. So let's get this. I wonder what we're going to see. A D12 and then like a C7. I don't even know. Let's just find out. So it was definitely D12 and then D12. Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on. That's weird. So we go a C2 D12 and then this. Did we see that anywhere else? D31, and then it's just what I sent. Curious. This was D12, not D11. Okay. So, pretty simple. Bin 2, D12. Let's go ahead and make a logical guess. Bin 3, D13. And what do we think? Is bin 5 going to be 15 or 14? My money's on 15. Bin 5, 15. Portmon lets you change to hex. Does it? Oh, but it doesn't go back and re-update. That's fine. We'll just leave WireGuard running. So I think we got this sufficiently. Okay, let's just check the other ones. Spindle 3. O1 to home. Gets data. D12 again. D13. Check. Okay, let's do spindle 5. Ooh, that's doing some wonky stuff. Wait, why are we getting just a single D70? Oh, no. CO8, D2, N0. What on earth? Spindle 5 is weird. D15 was spindle 5. Okay. So it did that. I don't really care about light scribe burning. I don't even have light scribe blanks. Well, I mean, I may somewhere, but like not intentionally. I just don't care. I'm never going to use this thing for burning, so it doesn't matter. Okay, D15, then a bunch of D2s, which we know for a fact are moved down. So D2 is moved down. So why is it just directly moving down? So it moves down once. And then C8, which should be get calibration value. But it's weird because we're doing D2NO. What are we getting? So we're getting 139, which spindle 5 doesn't make any sense. Filter out all these extra length 1 lines. No, these are important. This is what it sends back. So this is the response from the unit. These are the commands that I send. This is what it sends back. And that is important. I need to be able to look. So it reads that a bunch of times for some reason. I don't know why. Like a bunch of times. And then it sends a single position without position thing. Okay. This was spindle 5 angle. So this is going to be D3. Yep. Okay. Then we have down limit of spindle, which is going to go over to bin 3 and then move down a lot, but not all the way. So this may send to D13 and then a bunch of D2s. No, D3s. No, yeah, D2s. Let's see. D13 and then... Oh, that's right. It makes me move it all the way down. So yeah, we got D13 and then one D2. Okay. So maybe we can say these are move over bin. Okay. And then short tray. Just stays in the home position. This parameter compensates for the amount that the disk tray extends for various CD, DVD recorders. Some trays do not open a distance from the front of the drive to allow optimum disk placement and pickup. These drives are said to have short trays. A robot arm will make an angular movement towards the drive when placing the disk away from the drive, picking up disk. If short tray is activated, yeah, so it doesn't really matter. That's like a bool. I mean... Did it read short tray or something? I mean, it must have. C2, OD1. And it probably did it at some point. How does it know it's active? Did it just remember? That was the down for the D13. So it just rehomed, and it didn't actually ask anything. So, short tray is 50 or something else. I mean, I guess I could deactivate it and then... Is there any reason never to not activate it? Like, it might be faster, but like by us 2 seconds. Who cares? Check it and uncheck it. I don't think it's going to send any data. But we can find out. But I don't think it's going to send any data. Yeah, I didn't send any data. What I think it's automatic turn height. Yeah, I think this would... So this might be 0, 25, and 50. Those might be the acceptable values. So what we could do is calibrate it with something else. So we could say set that to short and then see if it's 25 and then set it to off, activated, to see if it just sends 0. That's my guess. We can also just mess with that ourselves after the fact, because I suspect that's what it is. Okay. Is that everything we want to play with here? Because I feel like that gave us a lot of good info. So we don't know what the deal is with the D12. And we don't know why it sends us twice. Let me go back to... Let's go to height. I just want to make sure if I click up, it sends the expected C7E0. Okay. It's S5. All right, that's fine. All right, I'm just going to cancel. Half step? What do you mean half step? Oh, that's what I know, Yin. Definitely. I'm pretty confident of that. Matter of fact, we're going to shut this off and we're going to play with what we learned now. The only thing I don't understand is D12. So let's save changes. And then here's what we're going to do. We're going to find the part where it does the things. Here it is. Okay. So we're just going to skip all of that. And then send command. We're going to go D11. And then this, I guess we can concatenate these. So we're going to move it in. So we'll go clockwise, D3. And then end it with a D0 and see what that does. Where was D12 sent? D12 is it's like this, but instead of sending a 3, it sends a 12, and it sends it after all of the spindle commands. Sent after spindle. Sent after spindle. Okay, can I edit, please? Spindle position commands. Maybe it's saying it's clear to go. I don't know. So let's just undo that and then run this and see what happens. I didn't close it, did I? Why am I such a weirdo? Okay. Bring this back. Here, okay. And Python, run the thing. Okay, so this should just home, and then move here, and then move in. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay. Too much move. Wait a minute. What if it's move and then stop move? So let's send it 1. So what if move and then stop move is like a single step? If it is really what it is, Yin, it's a horrible way to do calibration. So that was a single step, I guess. Why was it so many on the other one, though? What happens if I do 2 of them sequentially? So just 2. Okay. That's weird. Why would 2 do that? What were we getting back? So... that's useless. That's so weird. So it didn't reply back for the second one. So this is our home command. Just like this. I forget exactly. What was D11? Oh, that's our go-to tray position. Okay. Happens you move, sleep 3 seconds, move. So anyone wants wait 100 milliseconds? I mean, I guess. I don't know. Time. Sleep. 1. I'm going to guess the same. Yeah, it's a state. So it seems like sending one it moves once, and then if you send it again, it just moves continuously. So what does this do? Basically, as expected. Okay, it's bugging me now. We have full control over the arm. Except for the grab. There's got to be a grab in a release command. So some lazy clown, what I'm doing is reverse engineering the driver software that controls this arm that is designed to pick up CDs and DVDs and put them into drive trays. We have the software running. It's designed for Windows XP, and I am on Linux snooping the traffic that the original software sends to this machine to create my own software that can control it. So I am doing a man-in-the-middle attack to learn how to use this machine. If you wait 1 second between D3 and D... Will it move for 1 second and stop? I don't think so, but we can try. So you want just this. I'm pretty sure it's going to do one step, but let's find out. Nope. Oh my gosh, I hate this thing. Dude, the calibration data is a total guess. There's no way to actually know that. No, G-Pin, I didn't put the sleep between just those. I think I had a double 703. So it seems like if you send a move command without a D0, it will error. That's the problem. So I suspect we could do this. Oh no, because it gets caught waiting for a response that never comes because it's broken. That's what we can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, Adrian, you basically have it. It's... Ugh. Yeah. The calibration values are awful. Here's how I anticipate doing calibration. It's going to give you your calibration number. You're going to type in a new calibration number, and then it's going to set that calibration, rehome, and then reposition for you to see what that looks like. because I think this is terrible. I don't think I want to calibrate with the wiggles. That seems like a stupid idea. But we can definitely do this. We can, was it D31? Ooh, actually, what is D10? I feel like we have some experimenting to do here. Let's get rid of this. Because there's clearly more. We got to, what was it, D6, and it said get lost. But there's more here. So D31 was drive height. That put it over and down onto the first tray. But what does D10 do? Nothing. It hates D10. Okay, so that doesn't work. So D14. What does that do? Time to find bin 4. Aw, yeah. Bin 4 exists. It's the out position, which wasn't that the same as hold on, where is it? Move arm to clear of drives, D05. Yeah, so let's send D05 home X and then D14. Okay, right there. It's the same spot. I don't think there is a get current position, although it should know, since it does have homes that are not both axes. Okay, so I don't like that these seem to be the same. Why can't I type in this? Oh, because I'm not in edit mode. That's fair. Maybe you can calibrate them as different spots. Maybe. Seems to be an alias of this. Okay. Wait, that was 14. Okay, let's try 31 without any other stuff. See what that does. Okay, so that goes where we would expect. Bin 15, let's do that. Okay, it just goes over. So it doesn't go down. All right. And then there's nothing from here. So is 16 something. Does it have 3 calibrated drive heights? It has 1 and then it offsets. And it's not great. Okay, 16, cranky. Okay. So we have a 31. So is there a 30? $30 appeared to go back to the clear position as well. let's try 32. Intriguing. I do believe that is the second drive. Position of first drive tray. $32. So I bet we can guess at what the second one's going to be. Position of second drive tray. And educated guess here, it's going to go down a little bit more this time. Well, that's cool. All right. How did I end up with a non-breaking space in here? All right, I think we validated all of these reasonably well enough. Okay, is there a 34? No. Typo? Oh, fair. Thank you. Weird. $35. Well, Majenko, that explained that. Also, it's not the reject position because it's too far inset. Although you bring up a point, we don't actually have a position for just knowing where to drop the reject. Ooh, I wonder. Hold on, let's bring this back. Okay. Do this, but what was it? What was down? Down is D2. Let's do 2. What happens if I push it down and then tap the sensor? Nope. I was kind of hoping that that would return a status like, hey, I found a disk. But we can try just doing that a bunch of times. So let's do it 3 times. And then I will touch it in the middle. Okay, well that didn't work. So it did it once. Did me touching the sensor cause it not to work? Hold on, we're going to shorten this, 0.2 seconds. We'll do it twice, and we'll see what happens. Okay, I wonder if that repeated request of height calibration is them timing how long the drive needs to move down. Maybe? Okay, so that worked. Okay, I'll try this without touching it. Is there a code to detect touch and stop movement? That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so it definitely will do that. Now I'm going to touch it in the middle. Okay, I don't know why that worked and it didn't work before. Okay, so somewhere around here I poked it. So let me just grab all of this. Copy. Paste. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of everything in between these. So I'm going to get rid of, well, yeah, let's just do this. In between all the founds. I want to see if there's a change in the output binary data. Yes, there is. Okay. Move arm. Strain gauge? No, usually with something like this, you would look at the current that the stepper motor is pulling when it hits something. Boom. Okay. So that's logged. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the sensor. Has that been active on anything else? No. Curious. So that could always be true. I mean, for giggles, I'm just gonna hold it on the last home. Yeah. So that's always active when there's a disc, when it detects a disc. Uh, Hold on. So it's 8, right? I can count. Okay. So binary values in I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Response. So question mark. Disk touch sensor 1 equal disk found 0 equal no disk. Okay. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay. Delete, delete. All right. Universal values. Okay. Intriguing. Man, so if we could figure out how to make it clamp, I don't even know what the clamp mechanism is, by the way. I have zero idea how it actually works. It feels like maybe there's a little hook thing in the back that like pops out. Try poking them? What do you mean, poking them? Think we need more question marks? No, there's 8, isn't there? Well, there should be 7. Are there other switches? No, there are not. That is it. Other than the limit sensors, I guess. Let's try, if you give me a curious idea. Maybe there. Yeah, right there. Okay. So now if I just open QtCom, 9600, 8, and 1, open. If I send it with a line feed, home X only, okay, so there's our output. And then what if I jam it up so that it's blocking the vertical home sensor and then send the same thing? Vertical home sensor. 0, not home. 1, home. Well, what's the opposite then? Home Y, O2. Okay, so we're home to X, probably. Okay, and then, I didn't change anything. Uh-oh. Okay, but is there something else that's different? Between all of them. What if I slam it all the way over? Maybe just barely rock it back in case maybe it's not at the very edge. I'm not seeing it. Uh-oh. It also doesn't stay in the home position? For kicks, let's validate. Okay, so yeah, those two identical. And then if I just Yeah, that is consistent. Man, that's annoying. Wait a minute. They're weird. What? That doesn't make sense. I think it's right there. Yeah, that's it. The end stop is not at the end. How does that work? So, rotation home sensor. But it was active. Oh, it's long. So imagine that there's a big piece that rotates for like a really long duration. It pulls that out and then it counts the number of steps to go back. So like it knows that its arm is 20 steps. So it pulls away until it knows it's there and then barely tips it in. It knows where it's at and then it knows it can go back 20 steps. That's how it works inside. Okay. Home-ish. And then this is actually above home. Okay. We don't have a total vertical calibration. You are right that it is probably the offset of angle arm. I bet that is the amount. Likely offset by angle robotic arm calibration data. Okay. We haven't actually started logging what the calibration numbers are yet, so as far as I'm aware, there is no calibration value for this. Because this is for the drive tray, and I'm guessing that's how many steps off of the top. Yeah, especially since that all makes sense there. Wait, that's the angle, never mind. Wait, height robotic arm. So this was drive 1, so C21. Oh, we can totally calibrate each drive position. That's exactly what... Okay, that's nice. We can't do that in the software, but we can do that ourselves later. Yeah, I'm going to do that because it really mashes drive 2. Like it's not steps, but milliseconds? Maybe. Horribly, probably, yes. Is there a bottom limit switch? No. It specifically... The way that the software works is it moves it into the upper position like this, and then wants you to click the button a number of times until you get like really close to this, and then it's like once it's real close, we'll call that the end position, and that's the down limit spindle value. So 1800 is the maximum down that you can go. Okay. We have found some incredible stuff here so far. I just got to say, this has been a very, very good day. I don't like that this is like some kind of universal, like, ugh, leave me alone value that messes with our sensor position data, but oh well. Okay, trying to think. I can't imagine any other sensors that I can access from this. Trying to think. The only other thing I really wish is that we could find a clamp command. But I don't know. I think we would literally have to like try everything. I can't see how we could find it any other way. All right, we tried D35 last. Let's try 36. We are back to this now. Let's save this. That was extremely good. Okay. 35. What was that an alias of? It was an alias of something, right? Or was it was it this? Hold on, let's try 35 again, because I don't remember now. So I had to build a controller yet? No. Wait, why is it? Oh, because QCOM was open. Fair. We've made a tremendous amount of progress, DZAC. We are reading the 3 sensors for the arm position. We know how to directly control the arm in steps based on time, which is super dumb. 35 was lower drive. That's right. Was it 34 and 35 were like that? Thrid drive tray? Yeah. Yeah, we're making huge progress, DZAC. I'm really excited. Okay, let me grab that alias. Possible aliases. Okay. D34, 35. Let's try 36. So yeah, we just tested the entire calibration process, so we've seen what all the commands are. It does during that. Ooh, that's different. That just went like home. Clamp command must be sent somewhere when you did in your program movements to move the disk to tray and back. No, those are like shortcut commands. So C3 and C4 are probably hybrid commands built into it that issue multiple internal commands. Do you try command it sent every time it went to a bin? Yes. So those are D 11, 12, 13, and 15 to go to the bins. I suggest take the guts out, MakerBot, control steppers. Yeah. So 36 is weird. I'm not... It's like home, but not. It didn't home. Let's try this. Let's try 13. And then time, sleep, 1. And see what that does. So that'll whip it around to the back, and then it'll come back over to the front. Is it different from home? Hold on, let's find that out. Home is, hold on, it's home. Let's only home X. No, let's do full home. Let's do full home.
That is X says CHEER 101 command 36. I want to go home, but I am home. End of line.
Yeah. Thank you for the 101-bit swarm. Okay, does it move after this? No. Yes, it goes slightly down. What the heck is that position? So, home. It doesn't change anything. It almost seems like the position of a hypothetical drive 0. I don't know what that would be. Let's try 37, see if that's more illuminating. Is that like the same but slightly farther down? Tim, you can sleep. Oh, that's weird. So 36 went... Oh, they're both 36. I'm an idiot. 37, right? That is weird. Is there a command for going down until it hits a disc? We can sense when it hits the disc, but we can't actually, like, do anything with it. We can send a move down for a very short amount of time and then see if it is touching the disc after the move is finished. That's the best we can do. So 38 is an alias of, what was it, like 31? Yeah. And then 39 doesn't exist. Errored on that. Then 36 and 37 are like home. They're weird. Give me the clamp command. Maybe you trigger the sensor. I don't think we're going to try and brute force every command because that sounds like a nightmare. I want to try jumping to 40. But outside of that, I'm kind of running out of ideas. So yeah, 40 it doesn't like. I can tickle it. I do think it is possible that the clamp command could be activated if it's on a disk, but we won't know what that is.
Ultimate says do not tickle Happy Fun Robot. CHER 100. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Ben. All right. Is there anything else that anyone thinks that we should try that's like a big deal before we start wrapping this up? Because we are rapidly approaching the end of what we can do here this weekend. 34 or 35, it'll stop if it hits a disc. We found a lot of weird move commands. Try 99. That's not a bad idea.
X says CHER 101. Only consensual tickling in this chat by your command.
Says no to 99. I think we did 30. I think it didn't do anything. I think 30 hangs. Oh no, 30 is an alias for the weird, like, clear of drives. That's right, right there. And Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't know what it's going to be. It could totally be a C7. We didn't try D12 C7 actually. Let's try that. What does that do? Time, sleep, 0.5. See what happens. Was that down fast? I think that was down fast. So D4 would be counterclockwise fast. Or D14. Okay. Oh, now the question, 24. It says no thank you. Okay, fair enough. Intriguing. Okay. Let's document these a little better. Actually, let's do move stop. Must be issued. Actually, hold on. Yeah, we can clear that now. Moves are started and then stopped. You do not step. Motion is controlled by time. Okay. What are you missing in moves that it normally does? Clamp. That's it. We don't know clamp and unclamp. We can't give it the clamps. Must be issued after any other move command before running into the end of range of motion. Okay. And now we just do this. Move up. Down. Clockwise and counterclockwise. This begs the question, what's D5? Quickly move up. Quickly, quickly, quickly. 1, 1, 1. Can the original software do a clamp command? Not that I'm aware of. It only does the hybrid commands. Okay, let's try D5. See what it does. Watch, it's like slow or something. Error. And not that. Okay. Just gonna hold the thing up and rerun it in case. Nope. Okay. We're running through all of these until the what you call it, D11. I'm just gonna hold the disc up in case. Recycle is probably more work than building your own. I don't know why people keep thinking that. I think you guys really underestimate how hard robotics is. D10 does have promise. No idea what it'll be. Suspect it's definitely harder than handling spaces file names. I was really expecting 10 to be something. Okay. So, let's try 15. First, I'll do it with no disc. See if it hangs. I actually suspect it would error if you tried to issue clamp without a disc in there. All right, we'll try 22. Try going up a decade. Watch, it's like ultra fast. I'm going to be ready on the power button. No, 22 is a get out of here. Let's skip to 30. Because for some reason we skipped to 30 for the movement stuff. There are no 20 decade movements. It just goes straight to 30 for drive stuff. I could see clamping being drive lag. Double zero? Well, let's try 30, then I guess we can try double zero. I feel like double zero is going to be interpreted the same as zero, or just error. Could be interesting. Yeah, 30 is nothing. Let's try double zero. I suspect it will do... You know what? I'm going to try this. I'm going to try 2, like that, which should move down. And then I'm going to double zero this, and we'll see if that still stops it. Yeah. That's what I thought. So it handles zero prefixing of numbers or not pretty cleanly, it seems. Like it's quite, yeah. The other benefit of this clamp mechanism is it, in theory, is disc size agnostic. If you made smaller bins, you could put smaller discs in there. I bet they sold them for like $1,000 or something. Oh, by the way, if I remember correctly, the price of this thing when it was new was $2,800. I think I did find that. I mean, I did find it. I think that was what the value was. Or the asking price, I should say. $3,100? Was that what it was? I would believe either. It was very, very expensive. Okay, yeah, then I believe that too, yeah. Okay, GD-ROM copier win. When someone wants to send me 3 Plex Store drives that are capable of reading GD-ROMs, I'll do it like that. No questions asked. You provide the drives. All right. It really does seem like... You know, it feels like there should be a move until sensor and then clamp command. But that's not how it works. Because if we run one of the load commands, it like mashes into the discs and then like clamps after. Like here, let's run a load. So yeah, we'll open tray 2 and we'll load into it, and then we'll do the clear dance or whatever. Get rid of that. So I'm gonna bring this in so you guys can see how it handles sensing the disk. Hopper 1, okay, so this should load from Hopper 1 into drive 2. And you'll see it just like mashes the arm into it. It's very clearly not seeing that the sensor trips and then clamping. Do you sniff a live load command? I just sent it. There's nothing to sniff. I'm pretty sure commands 3 and 4 are hybrid commands that are a composite of multiple small commands, but they all run internally, just like the direct firmware stuff runs it sequentially. How does the clamp grab one disk? I don't know, because I can't see it. It's exactly what I had in mind for a scratch build. Load sensor to tell, hey, you're on the disk drive, stop pushing. Yeah, but it doesn't do that. I'm pretty sure it's doing something like pulsing until, and then checking the sensor output or something. Yeah. Spectrum error on his stick time. So, if I point you at the grabber here, you'll see it's tapered up towards the top. My suspicion is that on this side, it detects the disk, and then it shifts out something from this side, so just like a wall that pushes that way, and then you'll see it's tapered up. I suspect that it's the front lip that it rides against and holds it up. So if I drag it just to the side or just push it from the front, you can see how it can stay just from that. If I keep it perfect, it'll stay just from lateral support. So I bet that's how it works. Yeah, so it's physically impossible for it to grab multiples there, because they won't fit. Well, actually, if I could find 2 of Pops in space, it might grab both. That was that disc that was like extra thin. That's scary. I need to try and find 2 thin discs and put them on the top of the spindle and see what happens now. I am concerned. Just destroyed your drive? Ouch. We sure that's a button on the spindle, not eject? Yes, because I pressed that and was able to read the sensor value. So this byte or bit right here becomes a 1 on any command output when you hold that. Not all discs are the same thickness? Nope. You would think they would be, but they're not. And I'm not even talking about just like, oh, this one has a thicker print on top. No, I have a earlier CD that is just like less polycarbonate, just actually thinner. I've never seen one of those Dark Star. That's interesting. That might be a good source for me to find thin ones. Thin discs are out of spec, though. That's someone else's problem. All right. I think we're out of stuff to do today. I mean, we're out of time to do stuff, but I feel like we've exhausted the stuff we can do. There is definitely enough information here to start writing software now, though. Like, we know everything. I could set up calibration. I can do a lot. Writing software for chumps. I mean, yeah, I do think we need to have our own calibration routine in here, and I am going to do it where you just modify the value and then see what the result is, because the other method sucks. That machine was designated for blank discs from a spindle, all typically the same size. Yes, you're correct. Will you continue working on this during the week? I don't know. The software, maybe, but I'm going to have to film some kind of video at some point, and this clearly is not going to be it, because it's not done. So, I got to find a 1 week video. So, yeah. The clamp controlled by running the lift arm motor backwards, since it doesn't need to shake the disc. That's an interesting perspective, or question. That's very interesting. Let's find out. You could be right. So we'll go down half a second, or 2 seconds, slowly, and then we'll go up 1 second, and we'll see if anything moves. The only actually, it can't be, because it moves down to lower the disc into the tray. So it can't be that. It would still need a disengage at some point, even if it had a disc, if it just grabbed anything when it went up. I mean, I'll still do it. Why not? 1 is up, 2 is down, up, down. Okay, so we'll down 1 second, and then we'll up 1 second, and we'll see what we get. We're just looking for a change on the back, because that's where the latch is. Yeah, no change. All right. Ah, gosh! Good time to have a CPL installed. Jeez. Aggressive little sucker. All right, let's end this before I destroy my camera. It's time for the outro. We tried 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9. They didn't do anything. It skipped until 11. Well, that was an incredibly productive day of reverse engineering there. We figured out a ton about that thing. There's enough information on wiki.techtangents now that anyone could make one of these work themselves. We've done it. We made the information available. So I'm going to write my own implementation of this now that'll make this usable for me. But if anyone else has one of these, they could totally look at my wiki now and figure out how to use it, except for the clamp. I mean, you can't do that manually, but the load and unload commands do handle it automatically. I have no doubt somewhere hiding in there is a clamp and unclamp command, but I don't know what it is. So, do you need clamp outside of official move commands? Yes, I would like it. So when it unclamps, it goes to the top of the spindle and then just drops the disc. I would like to keep track of how many discs are in there and then move proportionally to drop the disc lower. So it doesn't have to fall as far, especially for the first disc, but I may just leave a disc in there at all times. Although that won't work if I want it to empty one bin and move on to the next, because then it won't be able to tell that it's empty. Yeah, so I would really like to be able to get it to lower the arm before it releases, so the disc doesn't have to fall as far. So the hunt for the clamp continues, but I don't know how to find it from here. The software is just going to use the load and unload commands because that's what the demonstration does, and there is literally no reason for it to ever just clamp a disc. So we're either going to have to find it by poking through the DLL that I did post on Discord, or by just sending it like every possible command. It's probably in 2 or 7, but we're gonna have to just like throw nonsense at it until we figure that out. So yeah, routine to send all the commands. Yeah, but it also locks up. So we have to send a command, have it fail, detect that it's failed, send the abort last command, reset it, and then it's like it's gonna be a thing. So that's why I didn't even try that today. So these have been hit with the Tech Tangent tax on eBay. Good news, they were already super expensive. They were never cheap because people want them for this. Yeah. So, all right, disassemble the microcontroller code. That's assuming we can get it out of it. Drill a hole in the bottom disk.